Anthrax. Oh god, Anthrax put out a new song. For the kids. Look how old they are. Not bad, not bad. Yep. I kinda like it. It's like a fucking... They're shitting on old metalheads, by the way. All these old metalheads. Oh shit. Geriatric nihilist. It's longer than 3 minutes, man. You already lost my attention span. The problem with this video, and I'm gonna be that guy. You got everybody else, right? You got like, you got fucking Charlie and all running, doing the thing. But then you got that dude. Well, I can't get a good word for him because they. Alright, whatever. You have to be a big Anthrax fan, though, I guess, to get that. You know, and I'm like, yeah, well, I only really like Sounds of White Noise. That was the only album I liked by now. The grunge album, as some people will call it. It came out around that time, and it was like, it was listenable. And I'm sorry, I'm not a big anthrax guy. Never was. And who else is in their 50s and needed this jolt? My heart. About time, Charlie. That's a day job. That's what this is. It was just a nice nod to like all the old fans that are now like approaching. I mean, let's be real, a lot of them are approaching 60. You know, kind of old, man. I'm approaching 50. Literally, like next month actually.
He was supposed to be soup. I'm Jonna, and this is Hoppy's story for GeoBeats. I saw a listing for a meat rabbit farm that was shutting down, so he was listed basically to be sold for meat. I just decided that I would go and take him, and I didn't have any details about what he was like or what condition he was in. When I got home, I tried to put him on the floor, and his legs were splaying out. Very large. He had no idea how to hop on flooring. He was missing fur, had scabs. I love him. I guess they just sort of like keep them in outdoor wire bottom cages all 4 seasons in the Northeast, which I couldn't imagine. It gets really cold here. And I remember I was laying on the ground probably 2 days after I got him, and he hopped over to me. And he just, after that, he just wanted to be my best friend.
Holy shit. He's like a dog.
And it's sort of a testament to, you know, I don't think he had the best life before, and he just wanted to be loved. Like, he was never pet before, so you can see the wheels spinning in his head, like, oh, this feels nice. And it's funny, too, because I always say that he catfished me. We used to be, like, the same color. He was this weird brown color. He's all gray now. This rabbit is huge. He looks like a completely different rabbit. Whenever I bring him back to the vet, they're like, I can't believe this is the same bunny, because he's fluffy, he's, like, plush. He looks fake.
Look at that chunky bunny, man. Holy
like,
shit.
Is that a real bunny? Because he just looks like a stuffed animal. I joke that he's like an old dog. He's never chewed anything. He doesn't really have accidents outside of his litter box. He just loves human interaction. Hoppy. No. If you talk to him, he'll flop. So that's like the rabbit's way of saying they're happy. Hi. Oh, I know. They were only feeding him alfalfa to fatten him up because they want the meat rabbits to be large. So he had never had vegetables before. That's something we still are working on. He's very picky when it comes to that, just because he didn't grow up eating what he was supposed to be eating.
That's why
we have a no cage policy. He's honestly scared of being in a cage because of what he came from. The pillow pit. And because of his past with the breeding, my vet thought it wasn't a good idea to get him a rabbit friend just because we don't know what kind of trauma was there. He thinks of me as like, oh, that's my lady. When I walk in the door, he's like, she's home, greets me like a dog. I think he's so in touch with me where I have a lung disease and I run fevers a lot. I get pneumonia a lot. And he actually, I think, knows when I'm running a fever before I know. And I never thought that that would be possible because you hear about alert dogs, but I never thought that a rabbit could pick up on that. They can smell, I think, a higher temperature. So he gets really clingy when I'm about to get sick. And he's always right.
What are you doing, you weirdo?
I didn't believe it at all, but there's been so many times where it's happened that I'm like, okay, he knows. I think I'm his entire world. He's like, she gives me pets and she gives me food. I must keep her safe and alive.
What a special little guy. That washed away the anthrax. So we are setting shit up here. The only thing I'm missing is my one add-on if I can find it. called? Crit Wow, right? Crit Wow? Wow Crit? Hold on. Crit Wow, there it is. Wow.
Fatality!
Shut up. What add-on's doing that? Man, that's a little bit of a problem with some of the shit. But we're about to fix that. I'm gonna keep those.
Fatality!
Yeah, I'll get you in a minute.
Fatality!
Fatality! It still won't fucking do it because of the buttons. Oh well. Bro, what the hell? What is happening? Yeah. It just freaks out after a minute. Oh, it doesn't work. And the fucking... Alright, I'm gonna have to turn off that shit if it's doing that. If it's just freaking out over that, then yeah.
Fatality!
It's having a bad day, man. It's having that bad day. Or it can't stay in the fucking thing. Oh! see what's doing it. I see what's doing it. Hold on. I see exactly what's doing it. Get rid of that. Ah, man, are you kidding me? Alright, well, guess what? Bye-bye that. That's a shame, because I actually like that UI, man. Fucking hey. I like that add-on. But that's the way it is.
Fatality!
I guess I could replicate it. Yeah, I'll just leave it the way it is. Fuck it. Now, why is this down here? Alright, well. It'll have to be.
Fatality!
Okay. Yeah, probably for the best. Yeah, what are we doing here? First of all, no, we're supposed to be back at, Auburn here. Alright. What are we doing here? Oh, it's a documentary about Skinny Puffy. I'll put that on the watch list. Put that in the watch list. Oh, yeah.
So we've always claimed from the beginning that this music isn't for everybody.
Jeffrey Dahmer used to stalk his victims at their live shows,
I'm
born
an
in the
old
shadows of a
fan of
sadistic
racist
era
way.
of American history that shaped the group's dark and twisted sound, with Reagan's 1984 Child Protection Act speech.
Too many children in dire straits.
Political themes would
I
run
hate
rampant
that
throughout their music, whilst they themselves spiraled out of control within their own personal nightmares amidst crippling substance issues. They were the musical architects of their own psychological horror stories, and the audience were their test subjects. This is the tale of a band that didn't just want to entertain you, they wanted to distort your mind until you finally saw the world for what it truly was. This is Assimilate, the story of Skinny Puppy.
We've had some children in this country, and they've been dangling above the rocks. The failure of some parents to support their children is a blemish on America. As a decent and caring people, it behooves us to come to grips with the devil-may-care attitude of some of our citizens that has left too many children in dire straits.
On May the 21st, 1984, the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Reagan, delivered a speech as he signed into law a bill that had recently cleared both houses of Congress. This was a particularly worrying piece of legislation born from a seemingly urgent necessity. It was called the Child Protection Act of 1984, and it was drafted to strengthen the federal laws against the rise of child exploitation. However, this did not involve children working in sweatshops. It addressed a far more disturbing form of abuse, one so gruesome it cannot be discussed in detail here. Yet when reading headlines from the past few years regarding the allegations surrounding the global elite and the activities of a certain private island, it would appear that the legal protections intended by this act were either easily bypassed or fundamentally ignored by those with enough power and zero moral compass.
But one thing is certain. It's deeds, not words, that count.
But why on earth is this even remotely relevant to a pioneering electro-industrial group from Vancouver, Canada? While this type of political and social discourse that fed the dark underworld of society and governments would be a prominent focus within the music of Skinny Puppy.
That type of presentation too.
Something both visually and
both kind of ritualistic way of venting aggression.
And for the mind of Kevin Ogilvy, it goes even deeper, maybe deeper than reality itself. I'm reading a book right now that's based on the brain and how we perceive things. Our conscious mind is a very small part of what our brain does. There's all sorts of fascinating things about the brain, about what we see. What I look at right now, which is the valley I've looked at for 4 years, I'm not seeing the valley for what it is right now. I'm seeing something my brain's recorded. And the only input that's going into my brain are the changes from the last time I looked at the scene. So what you see in reality is a very small part of what you're looking at any time, unless you're in a totally new environment. In fact, a song featured on their first official EP, Far Too Frail, would even sample parts of Reagan's speech regarding the sick, depraved world they saw around them.
It's a matter of artistic creativity.
The part of the speech they focused on was essentially related to Reagan saying that people have argued that it wasn't exploitation, it was artistic creativity.
simple question, first of all, how long has Skinny Puppy been together, and how do you get together?
It started in December '83, and we sort of got together because we sort of shared the same tastes, same goals, same visions, and just had a good friend type of relationship to begin with, so the band sort of became a secondary thing.
For Skinny Puppy, it was all about trying to get people to think. The topics of their musical expression were dark and gloomy, to say the least, and this was reflected in the music itself. The official Skinny Puppy lineup formed in December of 1983, just a few short months before Reagan's speech, although it did start out as a side project for Kevin Crompton.
the music is more in a fighting back kind of level than a depressing level, even though some other songs have been created through depression, but the end result is a positive. Is for a positive result.
So you could say Kevin Crompton and Kevin Ogilvy would be the founding members of the group, and also the only two long-standing members. Kevin Ogilvy would come to be known as Ogre, and Kevin Crompton would come to be known as Kevin Key. Born in 1962, Ogre said he was basically born to become a musician and dreamt of this from a very early age. However, he also wanted to become a magician. When I was 5 and 6 growing up in Calgary, I had always fantasized about being in a studio and being a singer. I guess that was manifest destiny in some way. The idea to go in and make a record so far against the grain of what was considered popular or acceptable music at the time.
I'll take your advice.
I think my sense of humor is very hit and miss and much aligned to my attempt to be a magician when I was younger. I was part of the International Brotherhood of Magicians, and my parents loved my magic shows because all of the tricks went wrong and great humor ensued. I'm not sure how much of an influence magic or being a magician would come to be within Skinny Puppy's music. However, we can certainly look to see what kind of musical influences would help to shape the sound of Skinny Puppy. While I was influenced by people like Stephen Mallender from Cabaret Voltaire and Ian from Portion Control, anyone who can listen to Portion Control will hear a huge influence on me. I was a huge Pink Floyd fan growing up, and I think one of the most influential concept records for me was The Wall. Goodbye Blue Sky still makes me cry. The guitar work by Gilmour is outstanding. He makes the guitar sing, so there's that side of my childhood. I think when I really go back, that and Joy Division, a lot of that crispy ambience. Cabaret Voltaire released their debut album, Mix Up, in 1979. It was officially labeled as industrial and experimental. And a good example of a Portion Control record would be the 1982 release,
I'm not really into this shit. I'm out. Mainly that guy's voice, I can't handle it. Something about some British people I can't tolerate how they. I'm sure the feeling is mutual. 1985 and 1982 and 1990 and 1999 and shut up. Alright? I'll shut up and you shut up. You both fucking suck. God damn, man, they're just fucking farming the hell out of it. And it's like, isn't it? I thought, I thought Classic Plus was kind of a given. Why is everybody acting like they're not sure if it's happening? Reading that message. What's it say? Hey! Hands up. Hand clap. I've really been impressed by your streams. You're doing an awesome job, and that's why I followed you. Actually know a well-known Twitch streamer with over 901.4 thousand followers, who genuinely enjoys helping smaller streamers grow. He supports real followers, organic viewers, and even helps increase the subs and donations. No bots involved. If you're interested in the opportunity, getting in touch with him on Discord, Dominate. I almost read that out loud. Tell him Sam sent you. Yeah, probably see Sam. Who falls for that shit? That's what I want to know. Like right away, I know, like, number one, it's written by AI. Like, they're not even writing. I think I should probably go back. Anyway, and that guy.
I don't like this place.
It'll work. It'll work. Oh shit. Hold on there, fucking revives that? Oh wait, that's wrong. Wow, Classic Plus, right, actually, he's real. Yeah, it's real. Like, there's no given. Like, they're going to do it. They're just not going to call it Classic Plus. And that's the only thing you can guarantee. Is that A, yeah, they're going to do it. Not right away. I still feel like we're about another year or two away from that, because, as I said previously, you know, what people have to keep in mind is what they're asking for is technically a brand new game, which takes a lot of work. Like, you're asking them to make, to create, new content, for example.
Welcome to Inside Games Daily, the only gaming news show brave enough to talk about World of Warcraft Classic Plus. I want to say, Brian, this might change Brian's entire life.
Nothing. Kids, nothing will have as big of an impact on my life as Classic Plus. Yes. So yeah, and we've talked about it for years, fellow Classic enjoyers. But are we about to finally get a Classic Plus version of World of Warcraft?
They've already said
people
it.
have been asking about this for years, and now reports say Blizzard has been holding secret meetings with influencers with some kind of announcement possibly on the way.
Brian, you're an influencer. How come they didn't hold a secret meeting with you?
I'm bummed. That and Dragon Quest, I feel like I should be on the inner circle, but I'm not.
You really should. All right, so let's dig into the issue here. But first, we should get into the history of WoW Classic and what this Classic Plus idea is, because to me it sounds like a Netflix subscription that I hate.
Yeah, it's a little different. So to start, we actually have to back up to pre-pandemic, to 2019, and that is when Blizzard released World of Warcraft Classic. That was a version that recreated the vanilla 2006 version of the game.
Yeah, players have been asking for a throwback version of WoW for a very long time. They actually felt like the retail version of the game had become something completely different. They actually missed the older, slower, more RPG-focused version of World of Warcraft.
Yeah, and just one problem, Blizzard did not think players would be really interested in an old version.
Yeah, this is great. In 2013, former Blizzard president J. Allen Brack straight up told players, quote, "You think you do, but you don't," when he was asked about bringing back classic servers.
You don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Yeah, that became infamous. And in fairness, he was talking about kind of quality of life issues too, like you're gonna not like having to go into town and shout, "We need a tank, we need a tank," but he was wrong. People did. When Blizzard finally relented and released WoW Classic in 2019, it was a massive hit.
It was. I remember because I was part of that launch and waiting in queues for like 8 or 9 hours just to get in on the first day, so I could stream it. And yeah, and it was fun. It really was fun. I hadn't played WoW in years, and I got to play WoW Classic when it came out, and I was like, damn, you know what? This was a fantastic formula they had back then.
It was, and then right after that, the pandemic hit, which was actually great for WoW Classic because everybody was at home and they could do those giant raids. So yeah, it was a big deal.
Yeah, after the success of WoW Classic, Blizzard kept experimenting. The company later added hardcore servers and permadeath, also released Season of Discovery, a seasonal version of the game that introduced a new progression system that let players unlock unusual new abilities through runes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of hardcore still. Self-founded because I'm super hardcore, but yeah, it's great. And Season of Discovery especially felt like Blizzard was kind of testing how far it could bend the rules of old school WoW. Players could do things that would have been crazy in 2006. There were tanking warlocks and healing mages. You could use the runes to kind of, so we were kind of staying in the vein of classic WoW, but doing different things. Kind of almost like a trial run, you could think of it, for Classic Plus.
Yeah, absolutely. Classic players have really been asking for even more than that. They want Blizzard to make entirely fresh content for WoW Classic. New raids, dungeon zones, class balancing, while still keeping the slower pace and older systems of the original game.
Yeah, and interesting to note, Turtle WoW, which was a private server, basically just started making their own stuff for WoW Classic. It was hugely popular, but Blizzard finally shut it down like within the last month. So people are also wondering if that's a sign they might be getting ready for their own version. But yeah, essentially players wanted Blizzard to do what Jagex did with old school RuneScape. Treat Classic as its own separate game with new content and a different direction from modern retail WoW, which is, it's kind of an ARPG at this point.
That's true. That idea has become known among fans as Classic Plus, like we talked about at the beginning of the episode. Blizzard has never officially confirmed it's in development, but that could be changing.
Yeah, it only took us 4 minutes to explain what Classic Plus is.
They said they were working on something.
Yeah, recently speculation exploded after Blizzard invited a group of well-known WoW Classic streamers and creators to California for a mystery event, and of course, there were NDAs.
According to reports, the creators included streamers like Zaryu, Sodapop, and SFan, who all heavily focus on WoW Classic content. In a recent stream, Zaryu said, quote, "I'm visiting Blizzard next week. Good news for something that I cannot say, but I will be there."
Yeah, and in the chat, people started just spamming Classic Plus. He smiled, so take with that what you like. But yeah, it immediately sent Classic Plus fans into detective mode and yelling Classic Plus over and over.
They're not.
Meanwhile, there have been other hints Blizzard wants to expand WoW Classic beyond simply re-releasing old expansions, right, Brian?
Yeah, Chinese players currently have access to a version of Classic that kind of remixes older raids, and Blizzard teased the, quote, long-term future of WoW Classic in a 2025 wrap-up post that included a suspicious amount of plus signs. So I feel like they're kind of playing with us a little bit.
Absolutely.
None of this guarantees Classic Plus is real. It's possible Blizzard is simply preparing another experimental Classic mode or expansion announcement.
Yeah, but when you kind of take everything together, that they invited creators who were tied to WoW Classic instead of creators focused on retail WoW, it definitely suggests that there's a lot of smoke around this, that they're working on something new for Classic.
Yeah, but BlizzCon's actually happening in September as well, so lots of people think Blizzard may finally reveal a new old version of WoW. And Brian, I gotta ask, because you've been playing WoW Classic for a little bit now, what is it? So I know that WoW Classic is great because I played it, and it gave me nostalgia for when I played it in 2004 and 5 and all that stuff. But it hooked you, and you kept playing. Is there a reason beyond?
There's nothing new being said. It's them just like, yeah, we gotta talk about this. It's in the algorithm, come on. It's in the meta. Alright, let's talk about WoW. these bastards. And make sure that's the right one. What's it do? It gives you spell damage update. Okay. Works for me. Switch. I went from skinning to enchanting. In 1772, or Cabal of Alrighty. Oh, that's cute. Love how he's not even coming back. I'm telling him to come back and he... Oh, fuck you. Turn away.
Send me back.
Oh, fuck me, man. I need moon well water? I didn't know that. God damn it. Damn it, damn it, and damn it. I can't even fucking... Oh my god. Alright. So... we gotta go back to... fucking what's it called? Because the moon well water that I picked up last night is no longer there. It evaporated. Because immersion. Thanks for this. That's the goal now. Stop resisting. Sorry, caught up watching a turtle video. Or not a turtle, a frog. I think we've, oh yeah, in case you're wondering what's been going on with the Linux front, let's see, last night I went from catching OS, or yesterday I should say, I went from catching OS, with, XFCE, decided I didn't like it, tried to install catching OS, GNOME, but there's like a weird thing going on with that installer, or maybe it's not the installer's fault, but maybe it's them. Can't seem to always download and install that shit, so it always fails if I try to install the GNOME desktop. So I said, fuck it, I'm like, alright, maybe it'll want to fix their problems. No, they didn't actually fix anything. It's still 2604 is still kinda garbage for me. It seems to be a bug with like the version 50 of the desktop. Annoying as fuck, I know that. So, yeah, I mean, that's basically it. So, after that, I installed, what did I install? Trying to think, what was it? What else did I what else was it I tried to install? I think that was it, and then I just said fuck it, and I was like, well, I was debating on going back to Minute Mint, and I was like, no, why don't I? Maybe it's not so much Minute Mint that I like, but it's cinnamon. Right, and so I realized, I'm like, alright, yeah, I do like the cinnamon desktop a lot. Like, even though I don't have Wayland as a compositor, like, cinnamon is pretty good, like, with X11. Right? So, I installed CachyOS with the cinnamon desktop instead. And now we're on cinnamon, and it's... You know what? It's like everything that I could get from Linux Mint, but more, because everything is up to date. Though I have, you know, like, Wine 11 and all that stuff, and, you know, the latest Linux kernel and all that. Like, yeah, Cinnamon has, like a little bit of a wonkiness to it. Like, for example, if I'm playing a game like I am right now, right, in full screen, borderless window mode, if I go and press the Windows key, as we used to call it, it brings up the menu, but that's all you can do. If I wanted to click on anything like the icons and the panel, can't do it. In fact, it minimizes the panel. So what I have to do is I have to click menu button, then Alt Tab, and then I can click on the buttons on my panel. It's a pain in the ass workaround, but it works, you know. Yeah, if it wasn't for, like, Ubuntu and they're fucking, you know, like, the whole thing with, like, actually, it's probably not even Ubuntu's fault, it's, GNOME. But if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be using that, really. But here we are, and no, and I mean, that's fine. See how long it lasts. Because I'll get used to it, and then I'm like, I'm bored. I'm bored with it already. Even though it's totally functional. Because what happens with, like, anything involving Linux to me, particularly, is, I get locked into, inventory management. That's what I call it. But it's really just, program management and how they're installed. And then, like, I find myself hating that aspect of it. What the fuck are these? Anyway, so Catchy OS is like what they fixed as far as like the old issue I was having. That was actually a kernel issue, as I found out. Where one of the kernels that I was using on for Catchy OS, which was just the default at the time, it had a bug dealing with Wi-Fi adapters and the drivers and all that. So since then, it's been pretty good. I have not had any disconnects. They've also now the DNS thing is no longer turned on by default. So like, I'm not just like, as soon as I install whatchamacallit, Catchy OS, I have to change the DNS thing because it's on Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is getting DDoS by who knows who. But the recent changes have been pretty good. Goddamn, these guys are so hard to find. And they don't even... Now they're like level 10. And I'm like level 17, so I don't even get experience for killing these guys. They're not dropping the fangs. Pretty sure, like... Is the Fang quest even dead? No. The worst thing about Classic WoW is the old adage of, competing with other players for quest mobs. Come on, man, where the hell are these damn things? They're not even there. Like, you know what, fuck it. I gotta get the water anyway, so... Might as well come in here and get it done.
Hello. Elune, light your path. Good luck, friend.
I am honored. Good luck, friend.
Yeah, I came over here because I realized there's no point in, I realized there was no real point for fish for Jaffa cakes. Oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
I've the finest wares in the land. Safe travels.
Oh, let's do that. Hold on. Oh, okay, we're gonna watch some spoilers to a relevant Orn ending.
Told you guys I'm 5 minutes away from Heaven's Sword. Told you. Told you. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander. And all too soon, the ghosts of Told you guys I'm 5 minutes away from Heaven's Sword. Told you. Told you.
Oh.
As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander. And all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to fall by your mind's eye in solemn procession.
Well, I can't show it to
Clear in
you.
your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Alian.
This was 4 years ago. She was so young.
Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikern and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet.
I have no way of sharing this. Actually, no, I do. Technically, I do. Hold on. I know what to do.
Oh? Annie? Is that you?
Annie, if
What
you're
brings you
okay.
out this way?
Annie, if you're okay.
Laurentius.
You're okay, Annie.
No, what brings you out this way? Hi. Am I really telling him? Do we trust him? Lieutenant Alian? Why, no, I haven't seen her about. Had she come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. Aye, pray return to old Annie. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. He wants me to leave, huh? Very suspicious. Oh, shit.
Damn.
Oh, Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line.
Oh, I need to...
Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Aww. I reckoned you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alien. What's the matter? No appetite? Clouded vial. This tiny glass container appears to have been used before. But to contain what, pray tell?
Oh, I don't have it installed. That's why it's not fucking showing up that way. Alright, hold on.
So she wasn't there, but this was? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist's vial. But beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. In a road, no use worrying about Alien. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long. And when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. Okay.
There we
I
go.
somehow don't...
Got it.
That's not important.
Get rid of that.
Would you believe that? While you were away, another message arrived for you. Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems her grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on, then. Okay.
There you go. Now you have video.
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your grace is ready, I shall summon the warrior of light.
I was like, why can't I get the picture of the world?
I am.
I see lots of popcorns. The big feast.
She's gonna. Oh, they're gonna show the whole thing. Okay. If you haven't seen this before, spoilers. This is the ending to A Realm Reborn. 2.5. Not the first ending. Not the one with the
Alpha, no?
Yeah.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
The Empire. This is different. This is the prelude
With good cause.
to A Heaven Reborn, or Heaven's Ward. Sorry.
One step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned.
Even during a global pandemic, nothing is as contagious as your Smilani's smile.
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention.
And thank you for reminding me. I'll mute alerts now. But Baymore, thank you very much for the 34 months. And thank you for the nice message. Guys, the moment we have been 5 minutes away from for weeks. It is time. Actual MSQ progression.
That's exactly how I felt. I was like, I'm moving on, and then you do, and you're like, oh, we're right back to where we were, only in a new place.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived.
Pray, come in and take your ease.
She's so cute.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the hall.
So, does she not suspect that? Does she not suspect that some funky shit was going on? Like,
losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
Attack on the rail. We stand together or fall divided.
here we are talking again on the conversation dialogue like this. That's what drove me mad.
Such noble words.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace.
Actually, when you look at it, it's not very well done.
That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands.
I thought he was gonna turn evil there for a second. His eyes.
I thought so too. I thought he was gonna fucking do some shit the first time I saw
With the
this.
blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that
I was like, oh man,
soon be united with her long estranged
he's the
sister
one.
nations,
He's
and
the
that
evil
Eorzea
one. Oh
can
no.
once more be as one.
Okay. Sounds good, yeah.
She's locked in.
Very well.
Okay.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
Okay.
It's very Red Wedding-ish.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Yu Hase. Okay.
You may go.
There's so much foreshadowing in this scene of what's about to take place.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Wait, hold on though.
I intend to abdicate the throne
Hi.
and dissolve the monarchy.
Watch your
Didn't
back.
we already know this? It's different.
Seen for yourself the story.
See, like, in hindsight, they kind of foreshadowed this. That, because, like,
The consequences of our incompetence.
I can't remember when it happened, but there's this part where she's like, oh yeah, I'm, you know, basically, I'm basically the one communist. Like, might as well be that, really, right?
Salutations!
And I went,
be seeing you. Daylight's burning.
She's going up against the elite class.
No more shall this nation bow to the whims.
Off and away.
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Yep.
No.
I am truly
big smile.
I have to watch her fucking reaction now. I like watching other people's reaction to this shit. It's like Game of Thrones. Like, how did, like, right here I knew something was going to happen. I'm like, wait a minute, why are they focused on this? First Lewis wannabe. They killed her, man. They killed her. Damn, Annie, could you eat more? React more!
Oh, not Panamo.
They killed her.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Your Grace!
Am I gonna get blamed for this?
The Sultana is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
No. Unbelievable.
Spare us your denials. I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
Oh my
I hereby
god.
accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Oh. Shit.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
His own army?
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch over to the main window.
Are they all gonna drink?
That's what I thought too. I thought maybe they were gonna poison everyone.
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
She put the her chat in
Lord Commander, we have received
emote only
an
mode,
urgent
which is a
message
good
from
thing.
Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
You're
a surprise
what?
attack.
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
We must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
He's smiling.
Evil little bastard, man.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
What?
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You best come along with us.
Is he gonna kill them all?
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving
they're
signals.
fucking with her.
Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
Have they understood something's wrong?
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Oh.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant.
Shit.
I didn't even know.
I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the immortal flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Oh shit.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Bring in the prisoner.
Wait, they're gonna bring us there?
Finally, right? They did horrible things to her.
Huh. Interesting.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu Ul Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
Oh, they'll find the vial on me. Shit. I
What
just
a pity.
realized.
Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of
Oh.
the substance used to poison her grace was found upon the assassin's person.
It was a good setup.
Okay, so it's already been done.
How convenient. Yeah.
Sure.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded her grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled. I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield.
He just called her a witch.
Oh, yes.
Somebody slap
I
him.
observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands. Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Wait.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes.
Has Ilbert
For a
been...
mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
Ilbert is brainwashed? Or bad?
This cannot be.
What the hell?
No!
Oh.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Wow.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Disgusting.
Whatever do you mean?
Oh, piece of shit.
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
He knows it. Yep.
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
This guy's creepy. Look at him.
Yeah. I forgot about how fucking.
Then mock her from hell!
Oh!
What?
Yes!
What? Wait, what just happened? Did he actually kill him?
Yep. That was the best part. Because, like, when I was watching, I was like, kill him, and he did it.
Oh,
I was like, oh shit.
What? I did not expect that to happen.
Yep.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Get him too.
You're next to scheming bastard.
Oh shit!
Eh.
He just lost his arm.
Oh, Raban!
7 hells!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
So mad! You're like, see ya! They bounce out.
Oh my god. Wait, did they actually just leave?
And they fucking fucked off. They're like, see ya.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls. And a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
I was like, what? She cut your balls off. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
They don't talk like that in WoW.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
Wow. What?
You die!
Well, if he just admitted it, why isn't everyone fighting him?
That's what I didn't understand.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. There is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
Okay.
So no Uldan revolution after all, huh? No! Are they not gonna show us? What happens?
Alright, so like everything else is kinda...
Really? Holy moly, the entire Scions.
And who might you be, young sir?
They did mention, I think someone mentioned from the beginning, because he takes money from the Syndicate, like that was a mistake.
Pippin Tarupin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal
Pippin
Flames.
Tarupin.
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar.
So I guess he's like a major player in this.
Though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination, I immediately went in search of answers. And came across
Anyway,
Master Alfred.
I wanted to see, like, her, she showed up on my feed. I wanted to see what her reaction was to it. She's pretty similar to me, actually. Yeah, right, listen to this fucker. Oh, golly. Am I still away? I thought I was on fucking... what's it called? Now back to this bullshit. Tell you the truth, I don't even really want to play that. I actually want to continue. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. That's what it was. Like, it wasn't so much of the fact that I was bored with, like, Final Fantasy 14. It's just that I spent a day and a half playing through that finality of Realm Reborn. And, like, after that, I was like, man, I'm done. It fucking wipes you out. Because that's all you're doing. That's the problem with that game from that point onward. It's like the majority of the content that you're doing is dialogue. And the truth is that I get why it's done that way. What they wanted to do was they wanted to replicate kind of what it was like playing a Final Fantasy kind of game on a console, right? Like, and when you're playing a Final Fantasy game, like, be it Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, that's what they tried to replicate. They tried to replicate that process of, you know, talk to these people, the story of... The problem is, the pacing is really fucking slow compared to playing like Final Fantasy VII. It's insanely slow. And the problem is the pacing and how it's been presented. That is the main issue of A Realm Reborn entirely. Now, I can't say I can't really say much on Heaven's Sword because I haven't even really begun it all. I got in the fucking place and that was that. And there's like, that whole bit was like, go here and talk to it, and it's all an introduction shit. And I'm like, I'm tired of the introductions. Like, imagine if World of Warcraft, I don't know, like, pick an expansion, right? Imagine if Shadowlands was kind of like that, actually. They had like a, Shadowlands had like a 40-some fucking minute introduction that you had to do. You could not do it. You had to do it. It was boring as fuck, too. And you had to sit through a 10-plus minute long introduction with the people in Orvis. Just to get started. That's why it doesn't work. It does not work very well for MMOs. You know, I'm sorry. I'm like, no, give me a little bit over here. You know, I'm old school. That's the problem that I have with like Final Fantasy XIV. The pacing is fucking unbearable at times, and then you're like, I don't want to do this anymore, and then you just stop playing. Like, you have to go through a lot. It's like reading a book in a lot of ways. If you know, like, I've read a couple of books in my time, right? A couple of what I would consider mediocre books, really. And there's a lot of filler in the book before you get into really good bits of the fucking book. That's what Final Fantasy XIV is. There's a lot of fucking filler before you get, like, the good shit. Alright, I'm gonna go 18. What time is it? Almost 12 o'clock. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of filler content and not only that, it's like, the community sucks because, like, I mean, no, sorry. Let me rephrase that. It's not the community's fault, but the way they are with, like that one free company that I joined right after finishing AAR, or ARR, and like, that first fucking day, there's no spoilers, you know, like, me just mentioning the name of a fucking dungeon that I was in is a spoiler to them. I'm like, oh my fucking god. So, like, that's what I'm saying. I don't mesh with the community. Because in WoW, that doesn't exist. It's just not how shit is done. You know? Like, that was unnerving to me. I'm not gonna fault them. I understand why. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, I don't belong in this community. You know, maybe I belong where the toxic ones are, you know? I forget what server that was called the toxic server. I'm like, maybe that's where I belong. I'm just like them. Who knew? Alright, anyway, I'll be back. I'm gonna go make, tea. You guys going anywhere today?
Yeah, I'm about to go to Home Depot. You wanna go? You sure?
Yeah.
You wanna go see some manly tools and things? Come on!
Never really liked Home Depot. Jewel House. Hello. I have returned. Alright. I have returned. That's the one thing I will say. And give credit to. You know, on Final Fantasy, like, you know, it'll probably get better, I imagine, when they do this update for the evolved combat stuff. I think that is going to be the saving grace of the game. Because, like, the other issue I have that I have with the game. I've only played like a couple of jobs, and I haven't played them fully. But the one thing I noticed is like the gameplay is kind of boring at times. Like, you can see what they did. Like, obviously, they where am I going? Oh, I gotta go over here. Let me go over here. That's right, no. We gotta finish what I was doing over here. Hold on. Where the hell is that? Yeah. Where was that? Over here? I don't know. Or was it up here? Oh, here it is. Yeah. We gotta go over here. I gotta finish that. I got fucking, yeah, I got that. Yeah. Fuck that. Like, I feel like the reason why Final Fantasy does so well with other people is because there are people that probably never played WoW. I feel like a lot of those people have never played WoW before. So for them, like, Final Fantasy 14 is like their first real taste of that, and you know what's cool, by the way? So, on this version of the game, we have... Oh no, wait, never mind. I don't have it. I do not have it. Alright, never mind. That was wrong. I'll have to install it later. I thought that version had what the hell's it called? The browser source, and it doesn't. There's no browser source in this version. And there's no real way of like installing that without fucking with the gaming meta package. That makes everything fucking work. So I just leave it be. I'm like, alright, whatever. I have a workaround. The workaround is this application called Streamer Overlay. And it works. It does the job that it needs. You know, like I'm still able to do some form of like alert system with it. Dude, where are the moon kidnap or whatever they're called? Here's one. a drop in the falls, man. And it sucks that they don't even, like now, I don't even get experience for killing them. Because they're too low level. I don't know that. Forgot to install my Discord app. I'm happy to report that I now have also the Brave browser installed and running and blocking ads. Who knew? I'll get the fuck out of here, man. My God. My God. Man, motherfuckers will not drop their fangs. fucking annoying, man. Bears and tigers and whatever else they can throw at you. Oh, I never did finish that fucking other quest. What the hell? Not right. On my lunch, but it's not right. Alright. Fuck. I'm really annoyed. I'm trying to get in there to do this fucking quest. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong fucking spot. The Zen Mother? Who's that? Hey, that's all done. And a quest up here for fishing. I have fished 12 of those? What's my fishing at? Oh, golly, I gotta go to a fishing trainer. Fuck. I didn't know that. Alright, don't do that. We'll do that later. Fuck that. Was not aware of that. How's this, Oh, it's inside the cave. Okay, that's true. We didn't do that. We don't want to do that. That's a higher level shit. I do need to finish that. Wait, where's that other one at? Isn't there like a quest in here where I gotta kill, the dead mother? Okay, yeah, me ready for that, yeah. Cause I know what that fight is. That fight sucks. Now I need to find a fishing trainer. To level up my fishing. I didn't realize that I was already at the max. Okay, we got 3 of these fishes right here. Oh, thank you. Okay, that's that. That was the Den Mother one, right? Yeah. Alright, so now I need to go over here, so... Cool. Oh, you know what I should do? Wait, do I not have it installed? I do. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's not, though. Eventually I'll finish this quest. They are not dropping their fucking poles, man. Or fangs or whatever it is. What we got coming in 18? Create Soulstone, Agony 2, and Syrian Fang. God damn cheap motherfuckers! I'm like trying to finish the damn Moonstalker quest, and they're not dropping the fangs. They only drop them at 20%. Alright, we need one more. The runts drop them at 20% as well. Problem is I'm about sneaky back. They always get one hit in. Watching one of those classic Andy kind of... No, I gotta stop using that sort of analogy, first of all. Fuck those people. And secondly, I was watching one of those classic content creator people, and it's interesting to see their nostalgia glasses. yeah, it's very interesting to see like how they react to all this because because a lot of them tend to be younger people. Not real young. They're like some of them are like now like 30. For them, they were playing WoW when I was like 30 years old when I started playing. I was about like, yeah, I was 30, yeah. Because I didn't really start playing WoW until 2007. Early 2007 when I picked. You know, my 31st birthday probably. I'm running out of space already. Yeah, I wasn't like a real late comer, but I was late into the, you know, I missed out on a lot of the peak vanilla experience. But I got to experience some of what vanilla offered, like as far as like leveling went. Because like leveling in early TBC wasn't that much different. Just go. Oh, fuck. Damn it! No, I'm not gonna die. No, kill him. Motherfucker. And I lived. Fuck you. And I lived. Fuck you. need something to do, don't I? Alright, I need one more fang. Is there anything else I need to do in here? There's the fishing thing, but I can't. I really don't want to do it because of not having the what's it called. Actually, I need to go over here and turn that in. There. On the fang. How much time do I have? Oh, I have plenty. Alright. Turns out, you think you do, but you don't. It's the one thing a lot of players, especially the younger guys, they don't want to hear it. Oh well. Not all fun and games, man. Not all fun and games. What are you gonna do? but I don't feel like walking.
Goddess bless you.
My goods are of the highest quality.
I don't even know if I can use them.
Hello, Del Nadris. Be careful.
Now, that's the only thing that would be useful, but I can probably live without it for right now. Let's see.
Can I assist you? Be careful. May the stars guide you.
Okay, yeah, so major upgrade. Major upgrade. Holy shit. No, we're not doing that.
Great to meet you. See you soon. Keep your feet on the ground.
No.
Safe travels. What can I get for you today? Be good.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
Peace be with you. May the stars guide you.
That's our upgrade.
Go in peace. Farewell.
See, I can't, disenchant this. Oh, I can! Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting, okay, did not know that. Learn something new. What do we missing here? Joining the Ashnar? Yeah, we might as well pick that up. That's the problem, like, I'm a warlock, I'm all the way out here and there's no warlock trainers. I have to go all the way back to Ironforge, which is like the closest I can get. Yeah, come in.
Hey.
Hi.
I just want to let you know that Jax and I are going.
Alright.
Alright.
Alrighty.
What's in your photos?
Yeah, a lot of dumb photos. I took it, 2000-ish.
Oh, you were showing me these, yeah.
Yeah. There's a couple old photos in there, but it's all Blueberry bullshit. One of many. I have so many of those.
Is there another one?
Oh.
Can I have one?
You want that one?
I just want one. It doesn't have to be that one. Do you have another one?
I have a bunch of knives. No, Russell.
Or I like the pliers one because I use it.
You want the plier ones? Go ahead, yeah.
No, if you use them.
I don't use them.
I just bought a pair of pliers, but I don't want a pocket knife. I got a ton of those things. I just sold a bunch of them. I see that. Damn, Char.
No. Well, there you go.
Negatives. Oh, sweet. Thanks.
Probably got a nice one there too. Yeah, there you go.
Sweet. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, son.
They're all hands.
I know, that's why I'm saying thanks, son.
I know, I was like, I didn't really want to throw them out. I was like, well, maybe
Yeah.
it was a lie. I know what it's not.
Because he keeps buying them.
You just go out and walk like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm buying that.
Exactly. You want to come fishing? Home Depot?
I am very torn right now. I really want to get Skate 3 for the PS3. Don't look at me like, oh my god. I need more PlayStation 3. What am I calling it? This fucking weird, crazy ass TikTok that I saw, I don't know.
Oh, shit. Forgot that was on. Anyway. Hey, I'm back. We're talking to... I was talking to my nephew. My nephew, my nephew's like 24, 25.
Hello.
I just didn't really get my spells. Like it. Yeah, so my nephew does not like anything at all regarding like politics at all. Not even joking. He does not like that shit at all. Or he doesn't want to hear about it. Or, you know, whatever. So he's very anti like everything politics. Fine, whatever. And I was telling him, I was like, well, you would have hated us after 9/11. He was born after 9/11, right? A year like later or something like that, he was born, and I'm like, yeah, you would have hated us, you know, because like after 9/11 happened, all I did, like, my friends and I wrote fucking songs about Bin Laden. I wrote a song about Bin Laden calling me up to complain that I didn't pay my phone bill. Why? I don't know. That was my way of making fun of Bin Laden. Is it liberal bullshit? Yup. Absolutely. That's the thing with me. I acknowledge my liberalness. I understand, but at the same time, you know, I don't fucking care. I didn't make me this way. You know what I mean? I didn't do that. I need a fishing trainer. Hello.
Hey there.
Oh. Is there something
Safe
I'm missing
travels.
here? Like, is there like a book
can
I
I do
gotta
for
get
you?
or some shit?
Go with honor.
There probably is. How do I get fishing above? Oh, I didn't. Like, I thought you could train that. Damn. Alright, now I gotta look something up because I didn't know.
See you around.
Let's see. Hold on. How do I get fishing above 150 TBC? Oh, it's in Booty Bay. Fuck. Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Okay, the book is available from the vendor or the auction house. Yeah, the auction house will sell that shit for like 5,000 gold. Fuck that. You know what I'll do? I'll take a look. I'll take a look at the auction house for shits and giggles. I can play a warrior. Bingo. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
insects, crustaceans, worms, even some things I still can't identify. I left the jar alone for weeks without even looking at it. But today, when I turned on the light for the first time in a long time, what I found completely stunned me. Not only is the jar still alive, giant, eerie creatures have appeared, becoming the top predators of this tiny world. But let's go back to where it all started, the ocean. To create the jar, I chose a spot far from the city, looking for the cleanest water I could find. Rocky areas usually have the most life, so that's where I began. I squeezed myself between the rocks and collected some sand and stones from the bottom, in a place with heavy waves, as you can see. These rocks are home to lots of marine life, mussels, periwinkles, limpets. I also collected materials from other areas to increase biodiversity. One of the most important parts of creating a self-sustaining jar is adding seaweed. I scraped off a bit of this green algae and added it to the container. I also walked along the shore, picking up other species the tide had washed up. Finally, I filled the jar with seawater and went home. I couldn't wait to see what was living inside. But what appeared completely exceeded my expectations. The explosion of life I discovered shattered any idea I previously had. The moment I saw it under the light, I was mesmerized by the beauty of what was in front of me. I never imagined I could create such a complex world inside a container this small. The sea.
You're not God. I created this. This is my creation. Those little creatures. Like, dude, you're not God, man. You just went to the beach. Like, chill out, man.
Seaweed and rocks had formed a sort of miniature reef, full of colors and tiny movements.
I don't want to do this.
The first thing that caught my attention was a large snail racing along the glass. This is a turban snail, an herbivore that grazes on algae growing over the rocks. It's even eaten in some places, though personally I can't imagine eating one of these. On top of the bigger snail, there's almost always a smaller one riding along, the common periwinkle. This species is incredibly hardy. It can survive out of the water for hours by sealing its opening to keep moisture inside.
That's how I do it.
If we keep looking for snails, we find the smallest one of all, the Rissoa snail. It's not young. It simply never grows larger than about 3 millimeters. And yet, it plays a crucial role by feeding on microalgae and organic debris. There are dozens of these snails crawling around the jar. No matter where I look, I always find at least one. Even though they're tiny, I need to make sure they don't become a pest species. Sticking to the glass, the next creature that caught my eye was something really unusual. Its shape is strange, with an accordion-like structure on its lower side. It took me a long time to identify it, and I'm still not completely sure, but from what I've read, it might be a polychaete larva, or something similar. Its body looks like something out of a science fiction movie, fascinating and a bit unsettling. At one point, it even grabbed onto this mussel and wouldn't let go. I don't know what it was trying to do. Maybe it was just coincidence, or maybe it was actually trying to feed on it. Later I found out that some individuals of this same species live under the sand, digging small tunnels where they hide and feed. When it finishes its larval stage, it will transform into, who knows, maybe an isopod, maybe a tiny crab. Eventually, we'll find out. As we move down the jar, that's where the real safari of strange creatures begins. Moving through the algae, I saw something long and slender. I had no idea what it was or how big it could get. As you can see, it camouflages extremely well among the algae and sediment, thanks to its reddish, almost transparent color. It turned out to be an amphipod, specifically a caprellid, also known as a skeleton shrimp. These animals can change the way they feed depending on the environment. They can graze, filter feed, or scavenge, depending on what's available. From the same family, we also have scuds. They're extremely sensitive to oxygen levels and pollution, so in this jar they'll act as bioindicators. If I start seeing them die, I'll know something's wrong. They're scavengers and don't miss an opportunity. You can see them feeding on dead algae or even eating other individuals of their own species, like you see here. Nature doesn't waste anything. At the very bottom of the jar, I found something I didn't expect. It was tiny and hard to spot, but incredible. A crab larva. Some crab larvae look almost identical to adults, just transparent and miniature. This one can't be more than 1 millimeter long. Hopefully it survives and grows inside the jar so that I can release it once it's big enough. Continuing with the creatures at the bottom, I found this limpet. The only one I've seen so far, and the largest mollusk in the jar. In the ocean they look motionless, but that's far from true. They actually move across rocks grazing algae. The most curious thing is that they have a natural GPS that lets them return to the same exact spot after wandering around. Another interesting invertebrate I found is this marine isopod, often called a sea pillbug. Just like their land relatives, they can roll into a ball when they feel threatened. They're very important to the ecosystem because they feed on plant debris and the biofilm that coats surfaces. None of this life could exist without the algae, which are the foundation of this jar. They don't just add color and beauty, they absorb waste and excess nutrients and produce oxygen through photosynthesis. Their dead parts feed much of the microfauna, and they provide shelter as well. Without them, none of these creatures would have ended up in the jar. It's amazing how much life can hide in just a handful of seaweed washed ashore. Mixed in with the algae came another of the jar's most abundant mollusks. Mussels. They're fascinating for many reasons, and you can see several of them right here. You might wonder how mussels form colonies. Do they just appear there? To my surprise, mussels can actually move. They have a muscular foot they use to grip surfaces and slowly crawl until they find the perfect spot. Once they choose a place, they attach themselves using incredibly strong threads called byssal threads, similar to spider silk. These threads anchor them to rocks, seaweed, or even to other mussels. Because of this ability, I see them crawling all over the jar, and there are quite a lot of them. Even though they're small, they consume a lot of oxygen and are sensitive to low levels. So, just like the Gammarus, they'll act as bioindicators if water quality starts to drop. But I'll also have to keep an eye on their population if I want the jar to work long term. Another interesting thing about mussels is how they feed. They're filter feeders. A single adult mussel can filter liters of water per day. And what exactly are they filtering? Plankton. You might be wondering, this jar is closed and still, is there really plankton in there? The best answer is an image. If we look at the bottom, you can see hundreds of tiny moving dots. That's plankton. It's not one single species, but thousands of microscopic organisms living suspended in the water, forming the base of the food chain for countless marine animals. My camera struggles to capture them, but some of them are copepods, common in freshwater too, though different species.
Well, call him down.
The same goes for ostriches.
Well, there sure are a lot of these videos popping up. Like, I played Orwin. Oh my god. Which I was at kind of debating on doing myself, actually. Yeah, I'm sorry to say, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking about when they developed this fucking game, because, like, if you think about it, right, like, options for continuing on leveling or, like, fishing is to either pay whatever shitty amount of gold that will be asked by the auction house for a book, or somehow get the VOD Bay without dying. Yeah, fucking insane. But that's how they have it set up.
See you later. You need something?
Later, I'm an asshole. Yeah. Alright, let's see. Fireball. 3. Teaches Void Walker consume shadows, rank 1. Do I have that? Oh. I don't even know if I have that. Alright.
Have a good one.
How you doing? Right, 3.
What do you want from me?
Is that like a self-heal? I don't even know.
Hey! Me seeing you.
I'm like seriously in pain. I don't know. Like,
Pleased to
maybe
meet you.
we'll buy it. Whatever.
Alrighty then.
Now, like, okay, so how the hell do I get to Voodoo Bay? And there's two ways I know about going about it with that you can kind of do without having to fuck with Voodoo Bay. Or Strangleform for that matter. In all honesty, I should do it now. Which I think we're going to be doing. Alright, hold on. Let's find ourselves why does this guy look like AI? Now I'm really sick of these fucking reaction videos of like these pet people or what? Not pet people, animal people. Who are like, yeah, why isn't this alligator killing me? You know, like, I'm the alligator whisperer. Yeah, it's like fuck off. Fuck off. Shoryuken, are you Ken?
Shoryuken!
Is he saying, are you Ken? It sounds like a Dugan.
That's how I should say it.
Is he even speaking in Japanese?
No.
Attack the fruity kid? No, I'm not saying attack the fruity kid.
If they're actually speaking Japanese in this game, why doesn't it sound like Importantly, what do those words even mean? I'm gonna break down all the Japanese you hear in Street Fighter 2, from the special moves to the meaning of the writing on the different stages. And just for fun, we're gonna take a look at this game too, and try to figure out what means. But first, let's start with Street Fighter 2 and the most iconic character in the game, the chicken guy on the Chun-Li stage.
Let's go.
Round one.
Let's stop move. All right.
One cut, another cut, turn it outside. One cut, hold it back, hold it, start the whole chicken comes out, and the whole comes out like this.
The most iconic move is the Hadouken, but it doesn't sound like Hadouken at all. Hadouken! It sounds like Hadouken. Why does it sound so bad? It's mainly because of the limitations of technology at the time. Also, when you're playing, you hear the sound of the punching and kicking and then background music and
what's on your
that
mind?
makes it so difficult to hear. So that's why everything that the character says sounds so muffled, like But what does Hadouken means in Japanese? Ha means wave, like a wave in the ocean. Do means movement. Ken means fist. Combined together, moving wave, fist. Next move is actually he's saying Shoryuken.
Shoryuken.
Sho means rising. Ryu means dragon. Ken means fist. So all together, rising dragon fist.
Oh!
I heard that a lot of non-Japanese people heard it as Ryuken or Shoryuken. That's so funny that non-Japanese people, try to make up the word in their own language, which we do it a lot. We actually have the same phenomenon called soramimi, means useless ear. And next, we get the most mysterious moves.
Yeah, that one I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
If you couldn't hear what he's saying, it almost sounds like Datatugen. And I also heard that some people hear this. How's the shampoo can? How's the shampoo can?
You don't know what you're saying, do you?
Of course I do.
You don't know what you're saying.
Of course I do.
You don't know what you're saying.
I do.
So, he's actually saying Tatsumaki Senpukyaku.
Oh, hell no, I can't say that.
Senpu means spinning wind. Kyaku means feet. So, Tatsumaki Senpukyaku is powerful spinning leg kick like a tornado.
I'm sticking with Hatachefruket.
I didn't understand what he was saying either. Even though it was saying in Japanese, my own language, I don't think I can ever understand what he was saying. But in Japan, when you buy a game, they used to come with this small booklet that they talk all about the moves. So they also put the Tatsumaki Senpukyaku, how to read it, and then what's the special about the moves and stuff. But those are the only Japanese words that are used in the game. Actually, E Honda and Chun-Li actually spoke in Japanese in the game. But before we talk about that, let's check out this character. Actually, I never heard of that game until Mr. Eats told me about this game. But he told me that Mortal Kombat was actually as popular as Street Fighter 2.
Raiden.
So Raiden is the god of lightning in the game. And in Japan, we have the same god in the same name, Raiden-sama or Raijin-sama. You see a lot of small drums around him. He looks kind of scary or a little bit like a demon, right? But in the Mortal Kombat video game creator, he wanted Raiden to look like the character from this movie called Big Trouble in Little China.
Which is an awesome
so, because
fucking
it's a Japanese character and I'm Japanese, I'm very curious what he's saying. Wait, one more time? Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know exactly what he's saying, but to me, he's saying, Bai mai norae! Very close, right? Bai mai norae! Bai means boob. Or boobs. So, bai!
Bai?
Mai narae is the line-up motion that
Mai
kids
nara.
have to do at school. Hai, mai narae! So in English, boob! Line up! And you know, when you look at the Raiden's move, he's actually doing lineup move. So boob!
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Yeah, you know what? It works. The words that he's screaming aren't real words.
But some of the things that Americans thought he was saying was...
I can understand. LA! LA! Your mother's from LA!
I don't even hear that.
But I'm not convinced about the your mother is from part. I think he says pie.
Yeah, I'm not hearing that at
let's
all.
go back to Street Fighter 2. And let's take a look at what E Honda is saying in Japanese. He doesn't speak a lot in the game, but he says this. So actually he's saying Doskoi.
Oh,
My husband used to say Humhoi.
Yeah.
But I was like, Humhoi? What does Humhoi mean? E Honda is Japanese. I don't remember E Honda saying Humhoi in the game. Doskoi is a special chant that the sumo wrestler used to express their strength and, you know, how powerful they are. Sumo wrestler actually, when they fight Doskoi, Doskoi, they don't say it. But for Japanese, it's a very easy to understand when somebody says Doskoi is, oh, he must be a sumo wrestler. So I think in this game, creator wanted to make E Honda sounds even more like he is a sumo wrestler. So instead of he saying they said Doskoi. Moving to Chun-Li, she's actually not Japanese, but she does say few words in Japanese here. Actually, the name of the move is Spinning Bird Kick. But she actually spoke in Japanese English accent, like Spinning Bird Kick. But there's one Japanese phrase that she says when she wins.
Yeah, I always do that.
Used when Japanese people celebrate or when they win the game or something. In English, you would say yeah or woohoo.
Hey.
Hey.
What's with all the noise?
That's just
But
one.
I don't
What's
know
with all the
why
noise?
this Chinese character actually spoke in Japanese. By the way, in Dude Stage, which takes place in Suzaku Castle, actually Suzaku Castle doesn't exist in Japan. It's based on real castle called Matsuejo in Shimane Prefecture. Looking at the Dude Stage and then real Matsuejo, I think they did a pretty good job. So when you look at the both side of the screen, you see like a small signs, right? Two signs there. It's actually said Furin-kazan. Furin-kazan is a strategy that's made by a very famous Japanese shogun, Takeda Shingen. He actually liked to draw Furin-kazan, this word on the flag when they went to battlefield. Fu means win, so move fast like wind. Rin means forest. Stay still like forest. Ka means fire, fierce like fire. Zan means mountain, immovable like mountains. Altogether, it means combining speed, calmness, aggression, and stability. By the way, E Honda's stage is actually in the Sento. Sento is a Japanese traditional public bath. So let's take a look at the left side. You see the curtain things hanging on the wall? It says "yu" in Japanese. "Yu" literally means warm water. But when you see this sign "yu" in Japan, it 100% means public bath or hot spring. And
well, that's where he
underneath
is,
that
right? Yeah, that
curtain
makes
thing,
sense.
It says katakana, Capcom.
Katakana.
So I guess this center's name is Capcom Yu. Capcom public bath.
Ow!
This is very neat. Actually, I just found out now, in between the mirrors is usually local advertisement. In Japan, the public bath is a very good way to promote your own local business like that. They usually put what kind of business they have and also the phone number as well. It's kind of hard to see, but I think it says Parma Perm, which is for the local hairdresser advertisement. There's another sign that says Honetsugi, means chiropractic. So that's a probably local chiropractic clinic put the ad here. On the right side of the stage, you can see a huge lantern. It says OED. OED means making great money, or the business is really doing good. So when you win the stage, you see the new picture on the center drawing. It said "Shoubu Ari" means victory decided. I think it's so cool that people all around the world can learn Japanese from our video games.
Yeah, learn Japanese. Look at that.
Guys from second-hand embarrassment when speakers use these Japanese words without knowing their true meaning. This one, you definitely see pervert. But it's actually not what you think it means. I'll tell the true meaning of this and other crazy Japanese words you guys use, but don't really understand in this video. So, I'll see you there. Thanks for watching. Okini!
Alright, she had a lovely video. We learned so much from that. That's so great. And we'll upload that like a professional streamer.
You dare fight me? It's a futuristic ninja battle against wonky physics in NES Works episode 134.
We'll watch his video. Well, I run.
We've seen some excellent direct adaptations of arcade games to NES over the years, and we've seen some great reinventions of clean-up titles to the console. Strider for NES is neither.
It's an interesting game, and sometimes it's even kind of good. But it suffers from some absolutely stunning technical errors, a lot of which appear to be own goals, and it falls far short of the quality of work NES fans had come to associate with Capcom. I mean, sure, Strider had come out in Capcom's early NES days of Micronic's programmed arcade ports, it would have felt perfectly in keeping with the rest of the lineup. But Capcom advertised this game in magazines alongside Mega Man 2, suggesting a certain design quality and technical expertise that you won't find here. Everyone has their
rare item.
But how did Capcom manage to miss the mark this badly? Especially when Strider shares a name, and at least a superficial amount of content, with hands down the coolest arcade release of 1989. To really understand what happened with Strider, we need to cast our minds back from 1989 to the beginning of the decade. Back to the early days of console games. More specifically, back to the early days of the Reagan administration in the US.
Do we have to go back
Ronald Reagan assumed the American presidency in January 1981.
The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution.
And as soon as he took office, he and his team immediately began to undertake a series of sweeping deregulations that stripped away decades of consumer and citizen protections in favor of greater freedom and power for the wealthy and the corporations. That's a whole other topic for a whole different retrospective series. But that deregulatory era did impact video gaming in a few different ways, including one that indirectly paved the way for the mess that is Strider. Perhaps inevitably, given his own background as an actor, one of Reagan's first major deregulatory acts affected television. His newly appointed head of the Federal Trade Commission, James Clifford Miller III, discarded years of expert testimony, professional studies, and concerns by parents, striking down limitations on advertising to children on TV. The Bleeding Heart's 60s and 70s had produced reams of evidence that young children lack the critical capacity to recognize the difference between programmed television content and advertisements, leaving them susceptible to commercials targeted directly toward them. A responsible society, the popular opinion reasoned, would therefore enact laws to prevent corporations from pushing goods on children. Commercial entities disagreed, feeling they should have the right to hawk their wares to anyone, even people too young for their brains to have fully developed the ability to separate fact from fiction. Miller agreed, a fact that surely had nothing to do with the millions of dollars that corporate lobbyists waved in his direction. He struck down incipient regulations on youth-targeted ads, opening the door for a smorgasbord of ads fine-tuned for kids. It didn't take long for toy makers to see the potential here. They suddenly had more profound opportunities for peddling their wares to kids than simply introducing their products as the brought to you by sponsors for TV shows.
Yep.
In no time at all, they began to transform, literally, their products into the shows themselves. Hasbro fired off the first major salvo of this new trend as part of its relaunch of the G.I. Joe toy line in 1982. G.I. Joe had made its debut in the 1960s as basically a version of Barbie for boys, that is, sporting guns and Apollo capsules instead of purses and dream houses. But the line had declined in popularity over the course of the 1970s as American sentiment soured on the appeal of war-making in the wake of the Vietnam debacle. The 12-inch G.I. Joe line also found itself hamstrung by the same OPEC price fixing that nearly wiped out Nintendo in the 1970s by causing the cost of production for petroleum-based plastics to skyrocket. But emboldened by the surging patriotic fervor of the new Reagan era, Hasbro relaunched G.I. Joe in '82 in a much smaller 4-inch form that used less plastic, inspired as it was by Kenner's minuscule Star Wars figures, though this line retained most of the articulation and detail that had defined G.I. Joe's older 12-inch dolls. Action figures. Star Wars didn't just inspire the form of G.I. Joe figures, it also inspired the way Hasbro would sell the line. Star Wars had been an unexpected hit for director George Lucas back in 1977. Its various comic book tie-ins and novelizations had been massively popular, keeping the Star Wars universe alive for kids long after they'd returned home from the theater in an age before accessible home video. What really sealed the deal, however, were the toy tie-ins. Star Wars action figures eclipsed the sales of any previous boys' toy line, such as Mego's Star Trek and Marvel Comics dolls. Lucas made a ton of money from the films, but he raked in even vaster sums from the toys, thanks to his unbelievably canny decision to retain the movie's licensing rights. The rest of the media and toy world sat up, took notice, and immediately attempted, almost invariably without success, to duplicate Lucas's accomplishment. Hasbro, however, decided to take a slightly different tack with G.I. Joe. Rather than create toy lines and comics to bite off the success of a film, they built a TV show and comic to promote the toy line. Hasbro recruited Marvel, whose 1970s financial struggles had been erased by the success of their licensed Star Wars comics, to create both a G.I. Joe comic book and, through its newly minted Sunbow animation division, a syndicated cartoon that would air on weekday afternoons right around the time kids returned home from school and switched on their televisions. While the comic and cartoon existed independently, telling distinct original stories about the characters and vehicles from the toy line, Hasbro linked the two formats with a succession of commercials for the comic, animated in the style of the cartoon, which dramatized the event of an upcoming issue, and which naturally featured cool illustrations of elements from the toy line front and center. To call this approach a success would be an understatement. The cartoon ran for several seasons. The toy line's popularity eclipsed that of the record-setting Star Wars figures by 1984, and the comic actually became the single best-selling comic book in the world for a little while. Which brings us in a roundabout way to Strider. Look at that guy go, isn't he so cool? See, around the time that G.I. Joe burst onto the scene, so did video games. Or rather, so did video games with distinguishable characters driven by story-like premises, rather than stick figures motivated by scoring instructions. Every hit character-based video game of the early 80s seemingly launched its own kids-oriented commercial in the form of a Saturday morning cartoon, from obvious favorites like Pac-Man and Donkey Kong to more unlikely efforts like Pole Position. The age of multimedia adaptations had kicked into full gear in the US, and this sea change didn't go unnoticed in Japan. As American kids withered under an onslaught of targeted advertising that would cause young Gen Xers like me and the millennials who followed to imprint on toy and video game brands like they were our own parents, Japan's youth experienced something similar, albeit in a more organic fashion. Media and toy synergy had thrived in post-war Japan. Godzilla toys actually factor into the plot of All Monsters Attack, a Godzilla movie. But that synergy leveled up around the same time that Reagan paved the way for that transformation in the US mediascape. In February 1981, Tokyo's Shinjuku area hosted an event called The Declaration of a New Anime Century, a promotional event for the first movie based on the Mobile Suit Gundam TV series. In its original 1979 TV run, Gundam had fared so poorly in the ratings that the network had canceled it before its storyline ended. But, not unlike Star Trek in the West, Gundam resonated with a dedicated core of viewers who found themselves drawn to its sustained narrative and comparatively complex themes and morality. This grassroots support culminated in a
I
theatrical
never really
release
got
for the
into
series,
Gundam.
condensed into a trilogy of movies with new material intercut into the existing content. The new Anime Century event had been planned as a modest press event for a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand fans. When the time came, more than 20,000 teenagers ended up descending on Shinjuku. Not unlike Star Wars, Gundam's breakout success didn't simply launch a massive franchise of books, comics, cartoons, and more toys than you can begin to count. It also inspired countless imitators who attempted to recreate the alchemy of this cross-format success. Shows like Super Dimension Fortress Macross and Red Spot Zillion carefully replicated Gundam's space opera narrative formula while aggressively foregrounding related toy lines. Naturally, video game adaptations of these properties followed in due time. Before long, Japanese kids began seeing their own homegrown attempts at recreating the setup Hasbro and Marvel had invented for G.I. Joe, a scheme that had a natural avenue into Japan through the reverse-imported Transformers line. Transformers had begun in Japan as the Diaclone toy line, adjacent to the Microman toy line that helped inspire the new G.I. Joe figure body. When Hasbro licensed Diaclone, they combined it with toys from several unrelated transforming robot lines, and tapped Marvel and Sunbow again to rework that disparate line into a G.I. Joe adjacent, multi-pronged youth onslaught, which Takara then relocalized back into Japan to great success. This would be followed by the likes of the Zillion Light Gun, and Muscle, a line of collectible figurines based on Yude Tamago's Kinnikuman manga, which took on a life of its own in animation and toy form. Naturally, the booming Famicom market provided an obvious opportunity for additional marketing. Licensed games had been a given since the Atari 2600 and Bandai Arcadia. The Famicom hosted games based on toys, movies, cartoons, novels, comics, even pop stars, all hoping to kite off the popularity of an existing property with a video game cash-in. And Famicom games, in turn, inspired media tie-ins. Super Mario Bros. Strategy Guide topped the charts in book form and inspired toys, manga, and a direct-to-consumer video. And paved the way directly for Nintendo Power, as it happens. Adventure Island inspired a cartoon, and so on and so forth. And then in 1989, Capcom finally dared to ask, what if we did all of this at once by creating a multi-format property built around a video game as its centerpiece? A G.I. Joe, but planned in advance to be based around a video game rather than a toy. And so this long, shaggy tale of deregulation and multimedia ambition brings us to Strider, the NES's first attempt at a multi-threaded smash hit property with a video game at the center of its web. It was an interesting and groundbreaking idea, and ultimately a bit of a disaster. Strider ended up consisting of 3 media properties. First, you have a Prelude manga, which debuted in May 1988 via Katakawa Shoten, in order to set the stage for the upcoming game releases. Next came an arcade title, which made its debut in early 1989. And finally, you have the NES game, which shipped in July 1989 and ostensibly tied everything together. Well, that appears to have been the plan anyway. If everything had gone as intended, Strider would have been a smash hit in Japan and abroad, a property that fired on all cylinders and demonstrated the potential of a carefully cultivated media franchise built around video games. Needless to say, everything did not go as intended. Strider did give us a very cool futuristic ninja protagonist, Hiryu, and a dazzling piece of quarter-gobbling arcade excitement. But that's about it. Capcom's multimedia ambitions for the property never really went anywhere. It took a decade before we even saw a proper game sequel. Let's ignore Journey into Darkness for a moment. And that in turn only really happened because of Hiryu's popularity in Marvel vs. Capcom. Yes, Marvel again. They seem to have their fingerprints all over this thing. By all standards, Strider should have been a smash hit. The arcade game was, again, so damn cool. Hiryu used his plasma sword Cypher to slash his way through 5 stages of pure cinematic action, assassinating the Soviet Politburo, actually a robotic centipede somehow, before escaping Eurasia alive by way of a Siberian power installation where he boarded a futuristic aerial warship belonging to the evil Grandmaster Mayo. From there, he ventured to the Amazon to investigate the whereabouts of Mayo, which turned out to be an artificial satellite called the Third Moon. Battling through the space station, Hiryu eventually defeated Mayo and returned to Earth to ride around on dolphins. This game pushed the limits of Capcom's CPS-1 board, and its best-selling port to Sega Genesis taxed that console's capabilities in turn. It would have been a tall order for the NES game to pull off a convincing port, but if any developer could have done it, it would have been the company that had just unleashed the spectacular Mega Man 2 into the world. But that developer, Capcom, had long since abandoned direct arcade ports. Once they took their arcade to NES conversions in-house, wresting them away from Micronix, Capcom had steadily moved away from direct adaptations in favor of dramatic overhauls or even sequels. Section Z and Bionic Commando looked and generally played like their arcade counterparts on NES, but those carts effectively amounted to different games entirely. Even vertical shooter Gunsmoke became more of an adventure on NES, incorporating an economy and an element of exploration in order to locate the identity of each gang's boss. So it probably should come as no surprise that Strider for NES superficially resembles the arcade game. It's about a cool-looking ninja with an energy sword who begins his adventure in a futuristic version of Soviet Kazakh, but it differs radically from the more familiar arcade release. It has almost nothing else in common with the coin-op title. Once you fight your way past the first few screens, the NES cart turns out to offer a wholly different experience in every respect. For starters, Arcade Hiryu had a graceful somersaulting jump and could cling to and scale walls. NES Hiryu has a sort of floaty, rigid jump and can only kick off from walls to add height to his leap. Arcade Hiryu could collect icons that increased the length and power of his sword, or provide reinforcements in the form of robot companions. NES Hiryu can't do any of this, but instead learns combat techniques that allow him to fire plasma beams or heal injuries. And most of all, Arcade Hiryu made a mad dash through 5 stages of cool, high-intensity action set pieces, challenging the player to remain always on the move. NES Hiryu explores different areas around the world, taking his journey slowly, and frequently returning to earlier areas as he gains new access codes and keys. It is, for all intents and purposes, a completely different work than the arcade release. And little surprise,
No, I've never actually played
assigned
that
2
game.
different teams to the Strider project, each working simultaneously and independently. After the initial planning process, in which Capcom staff consulted with manga collective Motokikaku to define the hero's look and setting, coin-op designer Koichi Yotsui has said that the arcade and NES teams had almost nothing to do with each other. His team, a group of seasoned CPS veterans, including Ghost and Goblins designer Tokoro Fujiwara, created the most stylish arcade platformer imaginable. Yotsui's game saw you outracing an explosive hillside minefield one moment before fighting a giant boxing robotic gorilla the next. It gave you no room to breathe,
motherfucker, it's so
unique
following
enemies and
us?
scenarios at you in rapid succession, giving you a liberating sense of acrobatic agility, and even sometimes sending you into zero gravity. The NES team took a wildly different approach. Headed up by designer Masayoshi Kurokawa, they created a plotting take on the Metroidvania formula, plot-driven exploratory adventure. That in itself is no bad thing. Bionic Commando had evolved from a fairly loose and unpolished linear-ish arcade game to a tight, plot-driven platform adventure when it came to NES, a change that simply served to make it into a masterpiece. Strider, unfortunately, doesn't fare nearly so well. You can see some good ideas lurking beneath the surface. They struggle to emerge, drowned by questionable design choices and possibly the most technically challenged programming ever to issue forth from Capcom's internal studios. That seems especially damning when you're talking about the counterpart to something as technically superlative as the coin-op Strider and the shelf companion to Mega Man 2. The Strider arcade game moved quickly and fluidly, and it gave players a profound sense of power as they slashed their way through scores of robots, strongmen, Chinese acrobats, and mechanical dinosaurs. On NES, Hiryu can do far less than his arcade self to begin with, and the things he actually can do feel like a struggle to execute more often than not. Displaced Gamers has delved into Strider's programming issues in exhaustive detail, if you're curious about the whys and wherefores. But in action, these flaws add up to a game that can be downright maddening to play. Strider contains odd collision glitches and annoying knockback quirks, and these make the basic act of running around and fighting into something of a lottery. Will you successfully kill a foe, or will the game fail to register your attack and count an action as damage against you, potentially sending him flying in the opposite direction as he flutters around under the bizarre falling physics? It's the act of jumping that really bedevils this game. As a platformer, Strider hinges on Hiryu's ability to leap confidently, evade hazards, and reach higher ground. But this Hiryu has a lot of trouble with being airborne. His feet get tangled up when he jumps from uneven ground, his head collides with invisible barriers, and traveling between moving platforms requires prayer and a healthy supply of patience. And when it comes to the game's trademark move, the wall jump, well, all bets are off. Hiryu doesn't interact with walls the way his fellow ninja Ryu Hayabusa did in Ninja Gaiden. Rather than clinging to walls and biding his time for a reverse leap to a higher space, Hiryu can only kick jump away from walls while in motion, leap toward a wall, make contact, and immediately jump away in the opposite direction. In theory, you should be able to use this ability to ascend narrow vertical passages, leaping back and forth between surfaces and steadily making your way upward.
I don't know how to
In practice, no, you really can't.
can't.
Strider's shaky collision and jump programming makes the triangle jump, a core mechanic of the game, utterly infuriating, a process of trial and error that will leave you pulling at your hair in rage. About the only good thing I can say for the triangle jump is that the game's boss encounters are so mundane and unambitious that you never have to perform triangle jumps in order to beat them. One can only imagine how frustrating a game that would have made for them. Still, the cumbersome awkwardness that surrounds this fundamental game mechanic doesn't just compare poorly to the nimble athleticism of Hiryu's arcade self, it diminishes the entire game. A fact attested to by none other than Nintendo Power. The November-December 1989 issue of Nintendo Power dedicates an entire page of the magazine to tips and tricks for Strider. The telling part comes in the Cheats and Secrets code section, classified information. The magazine's cheat for Strider consists of a basic explanation of the wall jump. Again, a basic game mechanic. I don't know how to say this, but when performing a fundamental move required to advance in the game becomes so opaque and difficult to perform that simply understanding it amounts to a secret advantage over other players, you've messed up. Up until this point, the magazine's Strider coverage had been fairly innocuous. Standard fare for a B-tier NES game from a major publisher. Strider first appeared in the March-April 1989 issue by way of a mention in the magazine's Consumer Electronics
No, it's funny
Showcase.
what I'm
That
doing
same
right
issue
now.
included a 3-page preview on the game, offering a general overview of its premise
I'm
and
watching the
mechanics.
video.
And just
while
in time for the game's
I run
launch, the
around
July-August
in
issue
world
dedicated
in a
another
video
6
game.
pages to Strider,
Because
taking
I'm
players
doing an
through Stage
activity
4,
that is
such as it
boring
is.
as fuck.
What the magazine coverage doesn't really make clear is just how much
A
backtracking
definite
Strider requires.
flaw.
For example, Stage 1, Kazakh SSR, contains several sections that you can't access until later in the game, blocked off by doors corresponding to numbered keys. One of these keys lies hidden inside an Egyptian pyramid, so Nintendo Power presents Egypt as Stage 2, then lists the passage you can access in Kazakh as Stage 3. This isn't really accurate, nor is it how the game
I'm
unfolds.
probably not going to have enough money to buy
When you
what I
unlock
need to
Egypt,
buy.
you also gain access to Australia at the same time. But most of Australia is locked behind a high-level door, so you can't do anything meaningful there until you've located that key, late in the game. Strider involves a moderate amount of discovery and environmental puzzle solving. Admittedly, it doesn't begin to compare with, say, Legacy of the Wizard.
No!
And on top of that, the frustratingly clumsy
Are you shitting me?
quality of the game's control can sometimes lead you to believe that you've reached a dead end, when in fact you have the tools and skills to advance once the programming code decides to cooperate with you. Still, there is a certain charm to the way the NES plot unfolds as a sort of investigation, with Hiryu's moment-to-moment motivation generally amounting to a search for clues in tools and leads. As long as you don't look too critically at the game flow, which is far more linear than the presentation would have you believe, it does feel like a bit of an adventure.
Fuck, dude,
Admittedly,
there's nobody
it won't win
around!
any awards for narrative coherence. The in-game dialogue has the terse, non-sequitur quality that you get from first draft translations. Worse, it introduces characters and terms as if the player should be intimately familiar with them, which in fact was the operating assumption behind this version of Strider.
I didn't even get to do what I was trying to do.
Unlike the arcade game, which presented a sort of pantomime action movie as Hiryu moved against the ambitions of the Palpatine-like Grandmaster Mayo, Strider on NES takes a more involved approach with character dialogue throughout the adventure. It also presents Hiryu as a member of a group of warriors, the eponymous Striders, with a hierarchy and character histories. Hiryu also refers to friends and even family members at times. This all makes a lot more sense when you remember the Strider manga serial that published in Japan as a lead-in to the games. The arcade game had nothing of note in common with the manga outside of the lead character, but the NES game directly adapts the manga storyline into video game form. All the characters mentioned in passing here, Kane, Matic, Sheena, and even some minor military officers, showed up in the manga first. The manga led directly to the NES game, and the NES game takes it as a given that players will have read the manga. There's only one problem with this. which is that the manga endgame audiences had zero overlap. Kadokawa never localized the Strider manga into English for America, and Capcom never published the NES game in Japan.
What do you know?
Both prongs of this multimedia onslaught existed in isolation, connected only by an arcade game that had nothing much to do with either of them. Capcom had bold, admirable ambitions with this franchise, but those dreams withered on the vine
No, I'm glad he's talking about that, because there
You'd
was
think the NES game would have at least made its way to Famicom. If nothing else, it might have given the dev team a chance to polish up the flaws in the game and make...
Whatever. He brings up a good point, because I'm like... Yeah, like, Strider really was like one of those games that we didn't really see much of over here after the first game, and even then, we didn't really see Strider the character until Street Fighter versus Capcom. Or was it Marvel versus Capcom? I can't remember which one it was. But that is kind of interesting to see why that never ceased to be in America. Because I can tell you why. I have a good theory as to why. If you look at the character that is Strider, right? Who is he? He's like a ninja? The ninja part's not the problem, right? The problem is he's running around attacking people with a sword. Something you can't do in American children's shows. That is a definite no-no, right? So, like, that's something that you can't really sell to children over here. Had to go to the bathroom there for a minute. Yeah, I think that's what it was. It was like the fact that here's this character, he's running around with a sword and all that shit, and that's a no-no. At least on our end, you don't do that. The only way we were able to get around stuff like that was, it's kind of silly, but like if you look at the Ninja Turtles, for example, right? They like the original Ninja Turtles had them fighting ninja clans in actual human beings, right? With their weapons. Alright, let's try like get past where I died. the fuck? No! What the hell? What, are you kidding me? Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! What the hell, man? I can't get past this fucking area. Every time, like, there's nobody around! There's no one around! But their aggro range is like 30 fucking yards! Well, I'm not gonna have enough money to pay for the fucking book. Because I'm gonna have to spend all of it on repairing my fucking gear. I don't remember it being this fucking difficult. I've made this run before, many times. Every once in a while you would die. Every once in a while you would die. But for the most part, it wasn't that hard to fucking do. For whatever reason, this is way more difficult than I remember it being. I've made this run before. God, I'm angry. Can I just run straight ahead? Probably not, right? Let's see. There's a river, and then there's like a whole thing. Alright, we'll try it and see. Whatever. If it'll cut time out of like running that, sure, why not? Oh, sage fish. I can fish here. I mean, granted, I'll fucking die. I mean, I always thought that was kind of shitty about Blizzard. And what they would do, like, they hide the just run. There we go, yeah, there's another one, yep, yep, okay. And they still put you right here. That's so cute. Alright. Oh, fuck that, man. I'm unreal, dude. Like, every fucking enemy within, like, 30 yards of that fucking road will just come right out at you. They really didn't want you going this way. Below level 25. My character's 18 right now. So I'm like, okay, I'm an Alliance character, right? Level 20 is when I would have to, it's the next, marker in, like, class quest, right? Where I have to go and get my succubus. Now, the succubus, as an Alliance character, you have to go to the Barrens. And the only way you can get to the Barrens is via the boat from VOD Bay to Ratchet. So think about that design right there. Like, what one has to do at level 20? That means, number one, you gotta go through the gauntlet of Stranglehorn Vale. where you can probably survive the initial enemies going from wherever that graveyard is, right? You can probably survive from here to about here, okay. Like right about here, I would say you can probably do it. The moment you hit this spot is where you get all the level 30 mobs. Okay, there's my my fucking corpse. Oh, that. Is there no way I can do this without catching that cat's attention? Fucking YOLO. Ah! What the hell? No! Come on! Survive! Survive! Shut up! Who the hell's that? Is that a bot? Yeah, it's a fucking bot. Yeah, I hear a leprechaun. AI, what do they call it now? AI. AI viewers. They're so funny about it. AI fucking viewers. That's cute. I need to set up FooBar on here next. So I think going forward, we'll see how this plays out. But I right now I'm on Catchy OS for Linux, and I am using the Cinnamon desktop this time around. And for the most part, it's like no different than Linux Mint, right? Except that you're not on an Ubuntu-based distro, you know, I'm on like an Arch-based one. It has its bonuses, but it also has its problems as well. Okay. Oh man, trying to do that shit again? We got another one? Who was that? Fuchel Bathfall. Yeah, fuck you, damn bitch. Oh, that's an old one. Okay. Alright, never mind. Yeah, you might have noticed I've taken off the shield. I'm like, I need to grow my audience. I'm growing my audience by letting in all the aids. The bots and whatnot. Alright, here we go. We're gonna die again. Dude, light bill is gonna be so big. Alright, right here. Where are they at? There's no avoiding that shit, man. Alright. There ain't nothing I can do. And literally, this is where he is on the path, so he's just there to fucking prevent people from walking. Ah! A fucking basilisk? Oh, Christ me. I thought I made one. Oh, fuck. No, I got a 4-minute on it. Alright. Fuck it. Hello. And this time... the basilisk has got me! Oh, you fucking fat fucking... I should have put my fucking clothes in the bank. But I didn't think it was gonna be this bad. I've done this run before. Many, many times. Oh yeah, I'm so fucked. And it sucks too, because I gotta go this way. I don't have a choice. I have to go this way to get my fucking whatchamacallit. Wanna watch another one? Will she cry?
Hi everybody, welcome back to my channel. So today's video is my Final Fantasy XIV ending reaction to A Realm Reborn. This was a heartbreaking ending to a great start of a game.
You shouldn't give it away like that. You ruined it. You ruined it. You ruined it. Sorry. You ruined it. You should not have an introduction to that at all. That's my advice. Keep it raw and simple. Like, raw and real. You know? I love that. Alright.
Ages ago, I was adding some shrimp to one of my aquariums and noticed they loved to climb against running water. There had to be other animals that did the same thing, so I thought it'd be cool to build a habitat just for them.
And watch
Little
them get
did I
caught
know,
and die.
the project would involve a lot of sculpting and meticulous construction. But the end result would be a pair of thriving ecosystems, interconnected and empowered by the creatures that live within them. The story starts as soon as I got some space to build it.
See, that's my problem.
Tinkering
I
with
don't
this
have,
massive tank, so suddenly I could put something in front of it as well.
I don't have a space for stuff like
Because
this.
I've always had trouble trying to squeeze more aquariums into this one room. Now this scratched up cube storage thing that I got for free is prime real estate for a new project, because you can see it from down the hall. I've also got a stockpile of old glass from tanks that I've disassembled, so I'm just going to use the biggest piece, which is actually the broken panel from the tank on my windowsill. If I score a line and apply some pressure, I can just trim off the jagged edge. This particular glass box is going to be an unusual shape, partly because I don't want anything too bulky in the doorway, but mostly because you don't see them every day and I think it'll be cool. I've come up with this cutaway design so I can showcase two different water levels connected together, but to build a retaining wall I'm going to need a lot of hardscaping materials. I went to a huge aquascaping warehouse to pick the exact right pieces. It was a bit overwhelming, but the crate of massive grey stones looked the best for building a waterfall. So I sorted through a literal ton of rocks to find the ones with interesting features. Looking at such a variety of shapes sparked a lot of different ideas for the project, but I ended up focusing on whichever had already been dramatically shaped by water erosion. It's hard for me to visualise the end product, but with a wide selection and enough patience, something will work.
Where did I die? Right here? Yep. Alright, we can get past these fuckers.
So many days have passed just sitting on the floor playing with big stupid rocks. I keep stacking them in different ways like some kind of 3D jigsaw to figure out how they could fit together, but the best ones are just not matching up with each other. All I know is that I want this natural cradle to be the centerpiece, but it's a bit unwieldy to say the least. If I can reduce its size and weight, it'll be a lot more practical to build around. So I'm looking for weak points like fishes that I can use to my advantage. Because if I'm careful with a chisel, I should be able to remove some material without disrupting its best features.
Woohoo! Fuck you! I'll take the hit! Thank you!
There are also these veins of calcite running all the way through that I can tear open if I whack hard enough, which leaves me with loads of fragments.
That's what I said. LOL!
Now I can take smaller pieces and use tissue with glue to build a more usable structure. But if I'm trying to build upwards, I'm going to need something more.
Oh, God. That was a hell of a run.
The original plan was to build the whole thing out of stone, but I quickly realised it'd be way too heavy, so I made a scaffold out of expanding foam. I put down another layer every few hours and checked if it was high enough to build off. Then a little extra on top meant that I could carve into it without losing support around the rock.
Like what I think it is?
The leftover spongy sculpture spreads the pressure across
is that
the glass.
good or bad?
But mainly it lets me make fine adjustments to get the little plunge pool aligned with where I want the water line. Once the height and the angle were good, it meant the foundation was set. Up above I placed another tier of rock and did some more quick geometry, then slotted the rest of the retaining wall into place. The top edge had to be made precisely level so the water would only flow over certain sections, whereas the bottom I only decorated so it looked good. At this stage I could actually start to imagine what it might look like when it's done. To activate the epoxy I had to mix it thoroughly, then I had a little bit of time to shape it into the right position before it hardened. I just pushed it into the obvious gaps, mostly around the edges, and covered up the ugly parts with smashed rocks.
Hurry back.
The caves on one side looked like a good place to hide the electronics, so I ran some tubing through the epoxy with a sponge on one end so it didn't hurt the animals. An inline pump could be hidden under the sand and still move water to the other side. And I put the heater to the top as well.
Hurry back!
I've never been so proud of the pile of rocks. I'm surprised I could even come up with this glorified water feature. Now all that was left was to fill it up with water and see my creation in action. But this time wasn't going to be that simple. I can't remember the last time things were simple. Of course, there were gaps in the foam, so on both sides there were some pretty serious leaks. A lot of the water was being held back, but even a tiny leak at the bottom could be catastrophic to this setup if the pump ever failed. The weight of the water on one side would push liquid through the hole until the levels equalize and it all flows onto the floor.
Friend.
So I drained it and dried it. I put some silicone on the back, then smeared it around to cover up the holes.
Keep it real.
And just in case, I did the seams as well. though it wasn't that pretty. Now, to sustain the plants, I took some regular soil from the garden and just added water to make it a uniform kind of mud. As always, I made sure to have a thick layer of
Time
sand
is
on
money,
top,
friend.
which I added to both sides. And finally, I'm siphoning directly from the tank on my windowsill to steal some healthy water with good bacteria. I just caught the moment it trickled down for the first time. Water seems to be flowing through all the right channels, with a pool in the middle and some branches at the sides. The flow's perfect as it trickles over the final step. The day a tank is filled marks the start of its journey, so I now pronounce this system
Old Man
alive.
Hemming. Where the hell is he at?
There needs to be a way to absorb waste, so wherever there's a wet patch, I can add some moss to filter the water. Clusters of various stem plants and runner plants will go in the back. Then a mix of carpeting and floating types in the front. Then garnish with some rocks to blend in. 7 different coloured shrimp. To track 7 different adventures.
Where the hell is he at?
All into the lower basin, so they can get to work while I finish setting up. Facebook Marketplace came through with a gooseneck mount for a light, and it was a good price for something so high powered.
King's honor, friend.
And we don't have enough.
But this cheap one up top will do just fine too.
I don't know if this game is.
Usually people buy a mix of shrimp tanks just to have some variety in the tank. But for this experiment, I want to be able to track what each individual gets up to. And to begin with, it's just a bit of communal grazing.
Wow, I'm not making shit for that.
I thought I'd add some snail friends as well. They were understandably disorientated, and they seemed to
They
need
charge
a
you
little bit of
a
help
gold
flipping upright.
for that. Oh no, wait. Yeah, they charge you 1 gold.
The Alliance.
Like aliens that had just crash landed
what
on
the
another
fuck
planet,
ever.
they started to get their bearings.
Well, I didn't have
In
enough
slow motion.
anyway.
Before moving on to polish the glass.
Well, not
Now I can leave
always.
the
I
whole
had to
system
come
alone
wow, that's
to let it
amazing.
develop. Wait, what? How? A shrimp has escaped. Somehow. I wasn't looking for about 5 minutes, and now it's at the top of the cliff. Though I think she quickly decided that's not where she wants to be. Because for some reason she's already trying to get back down.
No, wrong way.
Her tiny little legs shuffle forward faster than you'd expect. There's no fear, no slowing down. She's obviously got places to be.
Talk to me. Walk with you.
So we got everybody there.
Contemplate life
At
for
least
a
now I
second.
have that fucking
Be good.
Before tackling the most dangerous section, which she gracefully finished off backwards.
That's a neat,
The shrimp have really settled in, thanks to me
yeah,
starting with
I
water
have
from
no
the
room
established
for
tank.
something like that.
They've
Let
been
alone
enjoying the
the
edible
ability to
biofilm
make
that already
anything
covers the
like that.
surface. More than one shrimp has been caught mountain climbing, since their instincts tell them to find the source of the flow. Which in this case, might not be what they expected. This one's carrying fertilized eggs, so it won't be long until she colonizes the other half of the aquarium.
This is like been my thing now. I just watch like aquarium people on
The plants in the upper
on
basin
YouTube.
had spread across the sand, so there's already a dense habitat for microfauna. These limpets are hard at work, scraping algae off the leaves. And even smaller crustaceans carry out their tiny lives
everywhere you look. So the jungle has room for a predator to lurk in the shadows, watching and waiting, and to look good on display, especially when they emerge together. Small life will sustain itself on leftover fish food and provide a tasty snack every now and then. The red shrimp can taste the food too, and she knows just what it takes to get some. She worked hard to complete the pilgrimage, and the jungle rewards her.
Alright.
The white shrimp has released her eggs.
I'm done.
The babies are so small I couldn't find any. I only spotted this one after I went to review the footage of the mother.
Tavern, buddy.
The minnows investigate wherever
the reason why is because later on when I come back,
taking advantage of the early days,
I play Morrowind.
Previously untapped food source.
I want to play Morrowind. That's what I want to do. So we're playing Morrowind.
Life on and around the waterfall
Oh,
has adjusted nicely, even without any intervention from me.